at 11 o'clock at night on October 4th, Friday. Yeah, I thought it was the next day. I thought it was like daytime, October 4th, and shit, dude. Shit. I went to sleep and woke up and I thought it was daytime still. Woo! That sucks. Yay, Silent Hill 2 Remake! Damn, it's a Wolf Dog 123, and I'm listening to YouTube. One of my channels I listen to, Game Rex, Gamer X, Gamer X. Okay, whatever. You know what? I don't know how to say it. Gamer X. That's what I had in my head all this time. Gamer X. You know, because he says what's going on. He says the game. He doesn't get into the nitty gritty. He gets down to the nitty gritty, and he goes boom, 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 and he gets it done. And I don't think he got Silent Hill 2. You know, Silent Hill 2. What the fuck? Why did they fucking skip 1? What the fuck? I don't understand that. Why do they have to skip the 2? Go back to 1 and do Silent Hill 1 remake, and we'll be all happy. You know, I'll buy it, and then they'll go to 2, then they'll go to 3, and you know, fuck, dude. I can still not play that fucking game to this day because it's the most scariest game ever. It's not how the monsters are, it's the feeling you feel in the game Silent Hill. Okay? It's not what it is, what it does. It's like the fucking ambiance, the fog, the music, everything in that fucking goddamn game fucking gives you the fucking cannot fucking play that game, man, because it's like it's not like the monsters come after you all the time. It's just like the feel of the game. It's fucking so you don't want to be there. You know, you want to get out of that place. That's how they had it, and they got it, and you know what? They can never do it again. Yeah. Alright, let's go on.
And a good time to play through. And like every remake, various small changes are up to some fan debate, but overall, this reminds me of the Resident Evil 2 remake. It adds some things. The order of events and level design aren't always one-to-one. A few things are changed, but ultimately, it feels faithful, playable, and entertaining. Look, I don't think anything can top or replace the original Silent Hill 2, but this is a fun new version. Like I said, it's faithful, but it's also a bit longer and scary. The developers here, Bloober Team, I've been kind of hit or miss on their previous games. I like some, didn't like others. They are clearly fans of the source material here. Now, just so you know, I'm playing a review copy, and this footage is captured on PS5 and is spoiler-free. It's a tough one not to spoil for new people, but also for fans who want to discover things again for themselves. I've I'm going to be really selective about examples and stuff I use so you can experience it. Still, if you are new, just know that Silent Hill 2 is its own thing. You don't need to have played Silent Hill 1. This is a self-contained story. And in it, you play as James Sunderland heading to the town of Silent Hill after getting a letter from his wife, who died 4 years ago. Things get very...
I know, I thought sequels, you needed to know the fucking first part. To fucking find out what the fuck's going on, you know? I thought that was it.
Just happens. The atmosphere is here, and the game is just dripping in it. The fog looks good, the town of Silent Hill looks detailed, and every single room and interior feels completely different and filled out with its own unique things. It doesn't quite have that late 90s, early 2000s grunge and grime and fuzziness, or the Dutch camera angles, which I really miss. It still feels distinctly in the world and language of Silent Hill, especially when things get grosser later on. Walls with peeling paint and plastic hands and duct tape and barbed wire, all these types of haunted house horror details, really. They show why a remake was actually a fun idea here. What was originally muddy game textures and sparsely detailed areas now actually feel like real, lonely places, real stories.
Identify yourself.
Demonic insanity. This was really half the fun for me personally. Seeing iconic areas fleshed out in new and fun ways was worth the ride. So level design is not a one-to-one recreation. The town feels bigger, and some of the famous locations feel more substantial and easier to
I don't know, I was never into Silent Hill anyways. I played the goddamn game and I beat it.
Now, but not always just because like the streets
That's about it.
where there's more rooms.
First one was
puzzles. Complications to classic ones that just lead to you spending a lot more time.
Like slugs fast to get through it.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
This is where there's a lot of modern updates to the playability of Silent Hill that justify a remake. Accessing the map and navigating around it is quite easy.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Key items for the puzzles are easily accessed, like when you have a key for a door, just the key. These are things we've seen in other remakes. It's not really surprising, but it's not really done very differently, but it's good. It's effective. Health is now indicated on screen and not in the menu. Like there's a red edge of the screen type indicator that I found really annoying and distracting. You can turn it off in the options, but it's still kind of the best way to know your health in tense moments. But I just found it visually way too bright and contrasting with the rest of the game, and this type of technique I've just seen implemented much better in other games. I hope they can dim it down a little bit in a patch or something like that. Still, the modern improvements continue. Moving around is very easy. There's a quick turn and a dodge. Combat is updated. You encounter all manner of freaks that kind of desperately fire your gun or flail away with melee. So, shooting first, it feels good. James is not a master marksman, you know, there's some sway to the weapons, and it feels unwieldy enough to make you stress, but not feel like it's unfair. Gunshots feel loud and angry with a good visual flair, and it gets the job done. Some enemies you can hit in the legs a few times to kind of slow them down and then open them up to a finishing single melee hit, but it's a risk because those are tougher shots to nail. Melee, on the other hand, is a bit more to explain. First, when I saw videos of the game, I didn't think it looked very good. It's very exchanging. It's very give and take, you know? Hit, dodge, hit, dodge again. That type of thing, very much like Callisto Protocol, if you remember the combat from that. But feeling a little bit less like a quick time event. There's more freedom of movement here. It's not much, but what makes it better is the enemies, really. They actually look unpredictable and imposing. Even hours in, like enemies I managed to encounter in the first hour of the game, still managed to sometimes get a few good hits on me hours in, just because I was stressed, they're weird and unpredictable and all over the place. It really worked for me. Unfortunately, the combat is still clunky. I found myself getting cornered and the camera getting stuck and showing a bad angle where it's hard to see enemies. Sometimes when you're facing more than one enemy, it's hard to really target the right one. I've had my characters and your anxiety ramps up. They really, really nailed this feeling. I was very entertained. Between this and some really incredible sound.
Do you think Silent Hill fans are gonna fucking get this fucking goddamn game? Bullshit, dude. Bullshit.
It's a kind of game
Bullshit.
you play at night, you turn the lights off.
Bullshit. Bullshit. They're not even fucking gonna fucking spend their fucking money on this unless they fucking are hardcore Silent Hill fans like I was. Resident Evil. Yeah. Resident Evil 1 through fucking 4. All remake. I got it. I re-bought it again. Yay!
Turn the sound way up. It's effective. The bosses are where they shook things up a little bit, and I think mostly for the better. A lot of the encounters back in the day were clunky or simple and slow, where the enemies just walk toward you. Here, in the new version, they feel the same in spirit, but just have a little bit more going on. I'm going to use Resident Evil 2 as an example here, just because it's easy to speak to my survival horror friends here. Think about the first Birkin encounter from the original Resident Evil 2 versus the remake. You know, more cinematic, a bit more interesting. You'll see that a few times here. Along with that, in terms of changes I alluded to earlier, just the order of certain things, encounters, locations, items, and stuff is mixed around. It seems like it's a blend of keeping experienced players on their toes and surprised, while also just for pacing and storytelling adjustments. In fact, some characters do a little bit extra here and there, you know, like an extra scene or two, with locations you previously just passed through in the old game turning out to be more of a set-piece moment here. Same thing with puzzles. The puzzle expansion here I really like. Some of them are very challenging, but still fair. I just like the way they sprinkle things in here. And the characters themselves and the performances here make a hell of a difference, specifically with James. The natural way of delivering dialogue, the facial expressions here, really sell things, and I had a good time just watching things play out. This James, in my opinion, is very compelling. But that being said, of course, it's all more subjective. It depends on personal preference with character interpretations. I really liked what they did with Angela's voice acting here, where Maria still feels like Maria, but not as unsettling. Maybe it's the face. I don't know. Still, I think it's all a good enough job. They really don't mess up like Pyramid Head or anything disastrous like that. And I mentioned sound design already, but it's also the music. It feels
dude. Music, ambiance, whatever. Yeah.
From the original composer, but the most important thing is that the feel was maintained.
Hey, check this out, everybody. Oh, too fast.
And quality mode. I mostly played in performance mode for the higher frame rate, and didn't really notice much of a visual drop-off. Frame rate isn't always a consistent thing. It gets a little weird here and there. Along with that, the occasional visual flicker and really weird-looking puddle reflections tend to hurt a little bit, hold it back from looking 100%. Still, don't get it twisted, I think the game looks absolutely awesome. The fog is impressive, the detail I already mentioned earlier is stunning, and the characters and wet creatures all look very good. Like any good survival horror game, there are things and options and reasons for replaying the matches in these games. It's just replaying it, but like I said, it is a little bit longer now, so I found myself less enticed to immediately replay it, because it did take me I think 16 hours or so, and that was a full playthrough of tense, anxiety-inducing survival horror fear, so it can be pretty exhausting. But again, even though it's longer, I think it's paced pretty well. But there are reasons to replay it, there are multiple endings, there's new additions. That's all I'll say. All in all, the game is better than I expected, and even if some of the pre-rendered CGI characters are gone, the game still feels like Silent Hill. Honestly, what might be clouding my judgment here is that it's the first half-decent thing we've gotten from Silent Hill in a really long time. Either way, I think that's worth something. With games like this, it's always the same. Some older fans will want everything 100% carbon copies. Others won't, and there's always debate. This one cuts it pretty close to this, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, it's going to be true. This doesn't replace the original game. It's just a cool way to experience Silent Hill for old fans, but hopefully it brings in some new fans to see why many of us have loved it for so long. This can carry the torch to something else, or Silent Hill just be...
Yeah, you know what? Silent Hill can blow trunks. Yeah. fucking they skipped the first one, so who the fuck cares?
All of you probably know by now, they finally caught the dastardly diddler.
Did they?
He has been arrested, and I imagine that scene looks straight out of Batman Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
Straight to that thing walking him through the insane asylum. This guy is a menace that terrorized the entire music industry for decades. I've gone over his lore a lot, so I'm not just going to regurgitate all of that. There's a lot of new things I want to talk about that's been happening as a result of him being arrested. The first thing that happened almost immediately is they put him under suicide watch. It was like a speed run to get him there. I don't know if that's standard protocol or if they found something that made them believe he might hurt himself, like he was smuggling razor blades in his butthole. Or maybe
Identify yourself.
God damn it.
Without baby oil. I really couldn't tell you. Maybe this is just textbook procedure. That's what they're saying it is, calling it procedural suicide watch for high-profile clients, but I've only seen this once before in a case like this, and it was Epstein.
We're
His
watching
case looked
for
like
you.
suicide, don't watch it. It didn't really do much. Very suspicious, but we're not here to talk about that. The point is, though, this happened immediately after being taken into custody for the most part, like within 15 days. And since his arrest, tons of clips and videos and information about who associated with P. Diddy has been coming out, and it's a lot of big celebrities. P. Diddy was a very well-connected person. There were huge names at his freak-off events. There's a lot of people that absolutely knew what P. Diddy was doing. And there's going to most likely be a lot of big celebrities that get implicated in some heinous shit in their connection with Diddy. One person right now that a lot of people are having their eyes on is Usher. I mentioned Usher as well when talking about P. Diddy being arrested, and it's because Usher has gone on record talking about his time at Puffy Flavor Camp, which again I think is the most on-the-nose shit ever. Like, that just sounds like an evil Hitler organization. Puffy fucking Flavor Camp. So anyway, when Usher was a kid in the 90s, he lived with P. Diddy for a year at this Puffy Flavor Camp. And he went on Howard Stern's show and talked a little bit about his experience, kind of vaguely, but mentioned multiple times that there were things going on that he just couldn't understand and probably shouldn't have been experiencing. When asked if he would send his kid to a Puppy Flavor Camp, he said, "Hell no. This is someone who lived through the evilness of P. Diddy and did nothing to prevent it from happening to others, like Justin Bieber, another Puffy Flavor Camp veteran. A lot of people just service meetings in Hollywood, and it is talking about not just the information of P. Diddy, but in general, the way Hollywood they sexualized him as a kid is absurd. Like, this shit is crazy. Anyway, though, back to Usher. He's never spoken out against Diddy or anything, whether that's out of fear or maybe he really thinks that what happened to him is just the norm in Hollywood because P. Diddy was so connected and so many artists went through him and were through horrible shit with P. Diddy because they were convinced that they had to go through that in order to be successful in the industry because P. Diddy told them that. And people told them that P. Diddy would be like a kid leader. So you'd have to be, help! By Big Boy and all kinds of great shit for P. Diddy in order to be successful. Otherwise, he might quit your career before he even starts. He was a head of the industry. So whether Usher is afraid of what P. Diddy might have on him, or if he doesn't view what happened to him as like a bad thing, I have no way of knowing why, but he's never spoken out against Diddy, which has made a lot of people really suspicious of Usher. And then yesterday, he deleted all of his tweets. He even put out a quick statement saying, "Damn, y'all ran with it, crying emoji, crying emoji, crying emoji. See you tonight." I mean, I don't think there's anyone on the planet that believes that. You'd have to get up pretty early in the morning to try and pull this fast one on someone. Like,
I definitely.
You're telling me a hacker went on your Twitter and the only thing they did was secretly delete all of your tweets? Who's the hacker? Your PR manager? What? Usually when an account gets hacked on Twitter, two things happen. Either it starts spamming slurs and like unhinged tweets, or it starts promoting crypto scams. Why would someone hack him just to scrub his Twitter from potentially damaging tweets that might be used as evidence, potentially? Like, the timing of that makes no sense. That must be, like, the most helpful hacker of all time. Who hacked this guy? Captain America or something? Like, what? I can confidently say that's a load of baloney right there. That is some dirty barnacles. Usher did not get hacked. But maybe there's a chance he himself didn't go through and delete them. He might have had one of these pages. Like, that's possible, I guess. But either way, it doesn't matter. It was a conscious decision to go through and scrub his Twitter. It had no sense. If he gets arrested 3 days later, his whole Twitter account is scrubbed, and he had a very close relationship with Diddy. I mean, that's suspicious. To try and claim that it was a hacker who did it secretly, like, what? It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Now, there was another celebrity who also scrubbed her Twitter, and it's Pink. I saw her name floating around in regards to, like, scrubbed Twitters as well, where people were claiming Pink had just scrubbed all of her tweets as well because of Diddy's arrest. So I looked into that, because I'd never heard about Pink and Diddy being close or anything, but I also wasn't the most tapped into Hollywood and the music industry connections. And what I learned is that Pink didn't just scrub her Twitter in light of Diddy's arrest. She actually deleted all of her tweets back in February. So 7 months ago she did that as a way of just stepping away from social media because she said she didn't enjoy it. So it doesn't sound like it has anything to do with Diddy. And from everything I've looked at, she's never, like, been publicly around Diddy. Like, it doesn't seem like they're friends or anything. I can't find anything of her talking positively about it or attending one of his freak-off events or anything. You know, I don't see any connection like that, so I don't think she deleted her tweets because of
Identify yourself.
I do believe Usher did, though. I don't think it's some kind of coincidence that his Twitter account is mysteriously hacked and he has all of his tweets deleted after P. Diddy's arrest and after the public becomes really well aware of how many people P. Diddy was close with. That just smells a little fishy there. So I think this is just the beginning of celebrities and P. Diddy, like, putting the spotlight on the awful shit that they were all privy to. Like I said, P. Diddy is a very well-connected person for decades. Apparently, he was also a big enthusiast of filming some things at these events. And when you someone has, like, dirt on people that attended them, and that'd be another way he'd use to keep people's mouths shut about some of the stuff that would happen there. But I do think that the tapes will probably get confiscated in some way that information driving a lot of celebrities into some big hot water. Now, there is a celebrity that
This is farther than we are. No, I got like two.
So,
Two.
is in a P. Diddy video. At one of the freak-off events, Kevin Hart is there. And people are claiming that after P. Diddy got arrested, Kevin Hart closed all of his restaurants. Kevin Hart has a fast food chain called Burgertime, and they are claiming that he shut down all of those restaurants as a result of P. Diddy being arrested, trying to, like, get ahead of it. But from what I can see, he actually closed down those restaurants a week before P. Diddy got arrested, so that might not be the reason for it.
Fuck, dude. What the fuck? Alright.
Getting arrested because so
Fuck.
has been coming to light so quickly. So there is still that chance, but I do think it's more likely Kevin Hart shut it down for other reasons outside of that, and that Kevin Hart is probably still guilty of some horrible shit at these P. Diddy events. And I don't know if that was the reason behind closing down the restaurants. Again, though, I do think there's going to be a lot of information that comes out about a lot of celebrities as a result of P. Diddy's arrest. So, just want to give a little update here because there's a lot happening quickly when it comes to P. Diddy and this arrest. So, that's about it. I'm following the Diddy case very closely. I think this is a super serious one that's up there with, like, the same level of Epstein almost. And in following the case so closely, where I have papers on it at all times, I'm also following his lawyer pretty closely. So I've watched every interview that his lawyer has done, good old Mark, and a real patriot. The majority of what Mark says is just boilerplate standard lawyer lie speak, just a bunch of babble where when confronted with questions, just basically deflects it or reshapes it. So if he's confronted with a question about the case, he will do his best to steer it differently. So in one interview, someone asked him point blank what he thinks about that video that shows Diddy beating the shit out of a woman. And he says, yeah, that's bad. He basically just says, like, it's not good, you know, beating women. Ooh, I'm not a fan of that. But we have to remember, he's not being indicted for beating women. Wow, Mark, checkmate. Right, you are. We do need to keep that in mind. Surely this video evidence of Diddy beating the shit out of Cassie has nothing to do with anything else. You've nailed it there, Phoenix, right? You're a real shining star, Mark. And that's kind of what he does. He'll take things and be like, oh yeah, no, beating women, not good. But that is not what he's indicted for. In fact, they're coming after him for sex trafficking. Can you believe it? What nonsense. It's ridiculous. We're going to prove it in court. Give that rascal that slam jam thing, man, and prove that P. Diddy is an innocent. It's a bunch of fucking nothing, a giant nothing burger with the way Mark talks about it. I know he knows that P. Diddy is guilty, but he's about to get a fat paycheck for it. So there's not a whole lot I want to talk about when it comes to Mark's interviews or statements, but there are 2 interviews I want to show you and really talk about because they are beautiful. So Mark's been getting asked a lot about the baby oil. Mark has to defend so many awful, fucking heinous, and downright weird things for his client. He has to defend all of them, mind you, which includes the fucking baby oil. And the way that he tries to defend it is so silly. He is a fucking amazing clown. So, like, this whole lawyer thing doesn't work out for him, or if he wants to retire and just, like, do something on the side, this dude absolutely needs to get into, like, honking his nose professionally, because this shit is great.
You! Stop! But, you know, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were calling threesomes.
If these are genuinely threesomes, how do you explain 1,000 bottles of bacon?
I don't know where the number 1,000.
The U.S. Attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean,
You know, there's already so much to unpack there. He is trying, with a straight face, to say that the freak-off parties are just threesomes. Brother, open your eyes. There are videos from some of the freak-offs, and it's a lot different than what you're trying to paint it as here. That is just so disingenuous and delusional. I get that it's his job, but man, don't insult the intelligence of every human being on the planet. It's just one Google search away. You can see it's not just threesomes. And Goober here is trying to pull the wool over your eyes by trying to convince you that it's just threesomes. Well, back in my day, you used to call that a threesome. Now all of a sudden it's a freak off or some shit. Like, what are you talking about? It's so dumb. But anyway, to the baby, he immediately tries to downplay it like, oh, it wasn't 1,000. Where'd that made-up number come from? That's a fucking fake news fib right there. And the interviewer's like, no, that came from the attorney. Like, no, that's the official statement. He's like, no, they must be lying. Surely they're lying about that.
And I'm not really sure if the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's
I don't know why you need 1,000 bottles of that shit. Right.
You can see the cogs in his brain turning in real time as he starts to come to the realization that there is no way to try and justify or explain away 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That quantity is absurd, unfathomable.
Maybe it's just the heat.
And he starts to
He doesn't do with it.
break it down, and he starts to go and argue against his client, like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil? It doesn't make any sense. You possibly need that amount of baby oil. Do you know how much mileage you can get out of a single bottle? The best he can come up with is saying that since his houses are close to Costco, he's probably just buying it. I just need to look it up. Just out of curiosity, what the biggest one for baby oil you need to buy is the biggest pack. Over here! A 5-pack of baby oil. You would need 1,200 packs of that. Just picture that for a moment. Imagine stacking 200 packs of baby oil, 5 packs. If you stack them on top of each other, from bottom to top, it'll probably be about as high as a small office building.
We are watching for you.
Like, that is crazy. And you're going to sit there in front of God and anime and try and believe that the freak-offs are just threesomes, and the 1,000 bottles of baby oil is unrelated somehow, or used for threesomes. It's like, Mark, please, brother, oh my god. I mean, have you sat in a parking lot with Costco? I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was, let's just
Maybe 100.
Okay.
100.
Hey, Mark, why don't we use the actual
100.
U.S. Attorney's report
100.
Baby they confiscated from his property. You can't just wipe your ass and throw that number away because it makes your client look like an even bigger psychopath. You can't do that, Mark.
I've been with him since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's about almost 3 o'clock now. He's just laser focused. He's engaged, he's helpful, he's confident. You know, we're going through our defense as we do every day. And his spirits are relatively good.
I just want to say that information does not make me happy. I don't want to hear that he is in good spirits. He shouldn't be.
Shit!
The guy is an absolute
The
thief. He's a
fuck, dude?
I don't want to hear that he's in good spirits.
Ugh!
Having a positive outlook on things. I want to hear that he's fucking miserable. Because that's what he deserves.
Great.
He's done for
30
the
at
last
night.
fucking decades that he has been terrorizing the entire music industry and ruining lives. So, Mark, your reporting right there actually put a frown on my face. You know that? I want you to know that.
How do you explain the baby oil in the movements and 2,000 bottles of baby oil?
I think there's 1,000. I think there's 5. I mean, there's a Costco right down the street. You know, I think Americans buy in bulk, as we know. And consensual adults do. You know, we can't get too puritanical in this country and think that somehow sex is a bad thing because
he's really sticking to the Costco theory here. Just sit outside of Costco and look what people come out with. It's crazy stuff. I'm sure he's not the only person to walk out of Costco with 1,000 bottles of baby oil. It's definitely
1,000 bottles. Give me a.
And then he tries to put a spin on it that
Give me a fucking break. 1,000.
Engaging in sexual activities. Mark, one of the big things about the freak-offs is the non-consensual nature of some of the shit that P. Diddy would force the guests to do. It's like a crucial component of this. And I understand, like, he can't go out there and say anything like that, but the evidence is overwhelming. So I just don't, I hate hearing lawyers speak about a case in a situation like this where the client they're defending is clearly guilty, because then you can just see the lies spilling out of their mouth, and it's just an awful thing to even just look at. But even does try and put like that last little on it by saying, oh, we can't be like this, we can't be all yucky about hearing about sex, it's important. Imagine if there wasn't sex, there'd be no more people. Galaxy brain, Mark, that, wow. I see why they pay you the big bucks. But yeah, I just wanted to show you these 2 interviews here because I love seeing Mark squirm when it comes to the baby oil statement and the baby oil line of questioning. It's really just so good to watch Mark try and tackle it. That advertisement next to this article is crazy. Why do gynecologists recommend this 100% leak-proof underwear to my ma'am? Hey, to USA Today's credit, at least this isn't completely inundated with ads. There's only 4 here that I can see. Usually it's like 7 or 8. Yeah, so what came out last night in the P. Diddy case is a lawyer from the Busby law firm has come forward stating that he received thousands of calls over the last 10 days, and they have verified 120 of the victims as legitimate victims, including 25 burglaries. So they have now filed a pending civil lawsuits for it, and he gave a little conference going over kind of like the gist of it. Here's a good like summation.
His lawyer, Tony Busby, made the revelation today.
Claims we intend to bring will include the following: violent sexual assault or rape, sexual abuse, facilitated sex with a controlled substance, false imprisonment, compelling prostitution, sexual misconduct, dissemination of video recordings, false imprisonment.
So he's going through like an entire like platinum trophy list worth of allegations and crimes that Diddy is accused of doing with 120 new victims. So it's a lot, obviously. It's a huge fucking chunk. Which I don't think anyone's surprised by, given the scope of Diddy and Diddy parties and all of that. But now, these are being filed.
God damn it, motherfucker!
The lawyer is claiming that some of the names, like accomplices, people that engaged with it, people that knew about it, did nothing, are names that will shock people. Why did Nicolas Cage's son accusing him of hitting him up? Why, that's not what?
Investigators confirm and corroborate what we've been told. Our names that will shock you. These individual cases. There are indeed other perpetrators involved. They will be revealed when that particular individual case is ready to be filed. They are. Stop! They are. And I'm talking here about not just the cowardly but complicit bystanders. That is, those people that we know.
Who's that? Get him!
This behavior occurred.
Really? That's fascinating. I hate using the internet without an ad block on.
That must be the
Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway, though, he goes on to say that it's more than just, like, the people that engage, the people who are, like, complicit and everything. They have, like, evidence to back up this and that. And I can tell you, Kevin Hart is fucking sweating. He has been videoed at a Diddy party, I bet right now he is panicking. That dude's gonna try and put, like, 1,000 rolls ASAP before it all comes crumbling down with Diddy here, I bet. But I was wondering, what names would really
Identify yourself.
I just feel like everyone in Hollywood is just fundamentally evil, save for some rare exceptions. I don't think anyone that'll be named in this, if they are confirmed to be like a Diddy associate that like engaged with all of this degenerate, awful, illegal shit, I don't think there's any names there that would surprise me. Like maybe Bill Nye would surprise me, or like Humphrey Bogart because he's dead.
No,
like that would be
he's dead.
crazy if Humphrey Bogart is in the middle
Yeah,
of all
he's
this.
dead. He's dead!
Really, one this from Discord? That would be another one that'd be pretty shocking. Keanu Reeves would be a very shocking one. But I'm so confident he wouldn't be involved here that it's not even a thought that crosses my mind. Like, he doesn't engage with any Hollywood zombies.
Over here! Over here!
Brendan Fraser. It's another person that also just doesn't really engage with
Shit!
people in Hollywood. He was even ostracized from Hollywood for a little while.
Must be the end
So I
of
just don't think he'd be involved in
I need to get that
Those
one
were
back.
shocking. And yeah, those were so shocking, my voice just cracked. Who would be your number one pick? Like, who do I think is for sure going to be involved in all of this? If they ever release the Diddy list?
California has led the nation in safety protections for industrial workers. So why is the legislature advancing a bill that could interfere with workers' ability to perform critical safety maintenance that keeps their communities and workplaces safe?
Recently, since Elon Musk took over, but I just can't help it. It is so entertaining to see all of this silliness unfold. It's become my go-to soap opera. I'm more captivated by this than I was Better Call Saul. I'm waking up each day to new Twitter drama, a new catastrophe, and it is putting a massive smile on my face. Elon's been celebrating the active user records they've been hitting recently, and I don't doubt that they're breaking records with active users right now. I imagine there's tons of people just like me signing on every day just to laugh at the state of the site and laugh at all of the impersonation accounts that are all verified now and costing real companies billions of dollars. I'm going to talk about that in a second. It is so wild. And yeah, he's absolutely right about one thing. Comedy is legal again on Twitter. He has unleashed it. The floodgates are open and the goofs are coming in hot. So let's just get right into it. I'm sure a lot of you have seen by now, but maybe some of you haven't, and I can't wait to open your third eye here to true enlightenment. This is trolling to perfection. So, Elon Musk announced for $8 a month you can get a verified check mark. Doesn't matter who you are, it's open to the public. You just have to
Don't
pay
let
for it.
anyone
There's also been some confusion, especially surrounding my personal Twitter account, because I'm still verified on there, so a lot of people have been accusing me of being a hypocrite, saying, interesting, You still have a check mark. Pay $8 a month even after you criticize this so heavily. And let me make it clear, I don't pay for Twitter. Like I said, I still believe it's a dumb, brain-dead dog idea to pay $8 a month for a check mark that's basically a Boy Scout badge for humiliation. I would never do that. It's more shameful to pay for Twitter than it would be to pay for a happy ending at a massage parlor. So no, I'm not paying for Twitter. I still just have the old checkmark on there. Now to get back on track, Twitter Blue has fully launched and it is a colossal flop. It's having a box office performance like The Room here. It is just a failure, it seems. A lot of the numbers that are being reported are all over the place. They range between 100,000 on the low end up to 440,000 on the highest end that I've seen. But let's go ahead and round that up. Let's say there's 500,000 Twitter Blue subscribers, and all of them are paying $8 a month. That's $4 million a month coming into Twitter. That doesn't even cover 2 days of their operating cost, because Elon Musk has claimed Twitter is losing $4 million a day. So through Twitter Blue, they're able to make back 1 day's worth of operating cost. That's it. And that's their monthly subscription. So after a month, they'll be able to pay for 1 day's worth of running Twitter. What a tough pill to swallow, I'm sure. Let that sink in. Am I right? Now, of course, this isn't their only source of revenue. They do still have some advertisers, even though a ton of them pulled out. And Elon really seemed to put most of his eggs in this Twitter Blue basket, truly believing that most people would want it. Like, everyone's going to ask for this for Christmas, everyone's going to sign up for the check mark because that's what's most important to everyone on Twitter, so we'll charge for it. Only it turns out the interest really wasn't as big as he and many others thought that it was. So yeah, that $44 billion that he used to purchase Twitter may have been better spent wiping his own ass with it.
Yeah,
he
probably.
also took out a loan. I believe the loan was $13 billion, according to Bloomberg. And the loan is also going to be something that Elon Musk is probably going to have to make payments on, and those are going to be extremely expensive as well. So at current rate with Twitter Blue, he better pray that Twitter's around for the next 2,000 years, because by then he might finally be able to start making a dent in how much money he owes and how much he has lost on Twitter so far. Yeah, while the number of users may be skyrocketing, that's clearly not translating into money for the company. But god damn it, I am so glad Elon's doing what he's doing right now, because it is so entertaining to watch. Twitter Blue has been mainly being used as a tool for impersonation and trolling, and it's done remarkably well. I'm sure a lot of you have seen over the last couple of days, one very successful viral post came from someone impersonating Eli Lilly. Some Giga Chad hero out there paid the $8, impersonated Eli Lilly, and said, "We're excited to announce insulin is free now." And then this tanked their stock 3% instantly. Just from someone impersonating them on Twitter with the check mark. Now, of course, my heart isn't breaking for Eli Lilly here. I think what they're doing with the price of insulin is very up and shady, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to laugh at this, because, my god, this has to be the most expensive troll ever. Beautiful. I actually just wiped out billions of dollars there. Now, there are people that are saying this is just a theory, and it might just be a coincidence that that viral tweet from the Eli Lilly impersonator coincided with the stock drop, because apparently there were other market factors that may have led to this drop in stock. Now I'll go ahead and share that with you now. Now, I'm not smart enough to really opine on whether or not it was the tweet or other market factors here, but I'd like to share all the arguments here from both sides for the evidence. Now, I will say, of course, it's very possible this tweet has no impact on it, and it truly was just a coincidence. But this also wouldn't be the first time a tweet has had massive market effects as well. It's far from unheard of. In fact, Elon Musk himself has even done this a couple of times, where some of his tweets have real implications on the Tesla stock. The most infamous being him considering taking Tesla private at 420, funding secured. This, of course, had a huge effect on the market for the time, and even resulted in Musk having to pay a $20 million fraud settlement, as well as Tesla paying a $20 million penalty. So these kind of things can result from tweets, and it wouldn't be the first time. And Eli Lilly wasn't the only victim. ARKHAM also found itself in a tough situation when someone impersonated them on Twitter and made this post. Began halting all weapons sales to Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the United States until further investigation into their record of human rights abuses. #WeAreLN. And after this went viral, the Lockheed Martin stock dropped 5%. Now, this of course could be chalked up to yet another coincidence, and a lot of people do believe that's the case, because the entire defense industry was down on this day. So yes, it is very possible that, again,
The
this
Major has
was
ordered
just
us
a
to keep
big
the entrance
coincidence.
closed and secure.
I do think it'd be a little odd that the same thing happened in two different industries under similar circumstances, and it just happens to be coincidental, but of course, it's also a hard sell to claim that those tweets actually had that huge market effect. There's really no telling, but regardless, it's super entertaining. It seems, most of the people that are buying Twitter Blue are doing it just for this, because even if they're not trolling massive companies to cost them billions of dollars, they're making impersonation accounts for people in positions of power and saying really like, it's on top right now playing with their accounts and pushing up. It's all verified accounts from people like Barack Obama.
That must be the entrance to the
It's like,
precursor site.
it makes me laugh every time. It actually does. That little check mark and then taking their profile and just mimicking it and then saying like that is somehow just a recipe for good laughs for me, as well as many others, which is probably why the usage is at an all-time high. It's just been so entertaining. But unfortunately, Elon Musk must have felt the pressure, because both Eli Lilly and Lockheed Martin have shown that they're really not happy about what's happening on Twitter. Nintendo was also a victim of someone impersonating the King of America and tweeting a picture of Mario giving everyone the finger.
Yes, sir.
But
We won't
if you're
lose.
not making $158,000 per year, but you'd like to, I strongly encourage you to start a bookkeeping business. That's right. If you're willing to learn how to use it, Elon Musk, in response to all this, has shut down Twitter for the time being to try and put a halt to all the impersonation. You have to wonder how Elon couldn't see this coming, or how anyone could have possibly convinced themselves this wouldn't happen. If you go back to the videos I made talking about this as how it would likely be abused, there were so many people huffing copium that say things like, no, this wouldn't happen. You think you're as smart as Elon? He's clearly thought of this. There must be fail-safes in place to prevent this from happening. And then the exact thing that would happen. And so people are acting shocked about it. This was the most predictable outcome. This is the most predictable situation imaginable that would arise from this system. This Twitter $8 a month system. Everyone will even gone for a single sniff about this. It doesn't take a galaxy brain intellect to figure this out. Yet somehow Elon Musk, as well as I guess many others, for some reason didn't think this would happen. Which is wild. That's just absolutely wild. But it's so entertaining to watch. I'm really glad he's through with it. So hats off to him for actually pulling the trigger on this dog idea. Because man, it has been fun. So I just wanted to share all of this with you. I'm excited to see where it goes next. And yeah, it's really been I really didn't think Twitter would God.
Seriously, dude.
I thought that was
Oh. There we go.
Check marks on Twitter. Elon Musk has only been the head of it for like less than a week, and is already moving it on. I said he would make like any change whatsoever to not the same. The dude is cleaning house at the company and implementing some absolutely brain dead ideas. Training is also, he's looking to charge like $20 a month for verification. After Stephen King's like, no, he started haggling with Stephen King in this public embarrassment, like a humiliation fetish from Elon Musk. He's like, oh, bro, but what about $8 a month? So now he's rolling with $8 a month. He actually doesn't hold the tweets, so you can read it. He like starts groveling at Stephen King's feet. Like, no, what do you mean you're leaving? Yeah, we need to pay the bill somehow. Twitter cannot rely entirely on advertisers. How about $8? I don't know how he wasn't embarrassed posting that publicly. That's so shameless. But yeah, so that's the idea, charging $8 to keep the check mark, as well as opening it up to anyone who can pay $8 a month and have a check mark. Oh, here it is. Lords and Peasant System, power to the people for $8 a month. So I think most people can sniff out some problems right away with the idea, and Elon Musk himself. So Rubius pointed this out. What happens when a random user pays $8, changes his display name to Elon Musk using your same profile pic, starts tweeting like you, verified checks exist so people know they follow a real person? He doesn't even address that, he just said it already happens. which he's just blatantly wrong about. There's currently, at least not from the last time I checked, which was 2 hours ago, there is no verified Elon Musk gaming accounts, but there are people like impersonating him without the checkmark. Whereas this have verified scammers. Regardless, not even the biggest takeaway here. I think anyone who pays $8 for a checkmark is an absolute certified loser. It should only be used by like companies, maybe. I can see that like companies or businesses wanting it. Individuals, I think that's just trash. Like you are basically just begging to be bullied. Like that's like an elevated chat, but on Twitter. That's just a -8 in every reply. I would not take a checkmark from anyone seriously anymore. It would be too embarrassing. Yeah, this whole thing is like it's going to actually. You get priority replies, mentions, and searches, which is essential to defeat spam and scams. Which I cannot believe he's that out of touch. This will only increase that because so now you can have verified scams, which are going to take priority in the replies and the searches. I'm not paying $8 a month for the checkmark. I'll tell you right now. That is no shot. That is so dumb. It is more productive to burn your $8.
Oh, crap, dude.
No value. So when that happens, there'll be like 1,000 voice corrections everywhere, and they will all be in a library scan. This is how they're going to increase that world. And you don't even get an ad-free experience, you just get half ads. So imagine paying $8 a month for a stupid little Boy Scout badge and then still getting ads. How silly. This is like actual paid behavior where you just pay someone to get nothing in return except insults. $8 for a check mark. I see why he's doing it because now he just paid $44 billion for this pilot, and there is no way it's making money, not even close. So he's just scrapping together every idea to try and squeeze a little money into it. And he also has a problem right now where advertisers are pulling out. So not only is he losing all of his members in the company, the employees that he's firing en masse, the advertisers themselves are starting to pull out because they have no faith in Elon actually steering the ship. So he can't rely on them anymore, which he publicly admits to Steve King. So he's trying everything to make something back on this absolute massive boost that was so costly. Man made a $44 billion joke and is starting to regret it like a garbage. It is super close. All of this forgetting about super chats. Super chats is absolutely inviting wedgies into your life. If you are, super follows. Super follows invites actual swirlies in the bathroom to people. If anyone sees that you are a super follower of someone on Twitter, you are going to be absolutely bullied on Twitter forever. So people don't do it. You never see super followers because you're paying for nothing. And that is exactly what the checkmark's about to be with the $8 a month. That's so beautiful. I want to quickly explain super follows a bit more since I'm aware that most of you probably don't even know what it is. It's a system Twitter rolled out where you can go monthly paid subscription to Twitter accounts, and you get a little badge that highlights your super follower publicly so you can stand out in conversation. You get bonus aids. You probably haven't seen any super followers because no one uses it because it's downright embarrassing. And this is just like going out in public and asking to be spit on. If someone sees you're a super follower on Twitter, good luck having anything you're talking about being taken seriously. And this is what I feel the checkmark will become with this new system if it goes into place. Because you're paying for nothing, and it publicly shows that you are wasting your money. So of course you're just going to be insulted for it, and I think that's going to be a deterrent for people buying it. I just don't see why anyone, you don't get anything in return for it except for a public badge that lets people know you're wasting your money.
That must be the
all complainers, please continue complaining, but it costs $8. That's a fat loan right there, noobs, from the mastermind of memes. Let that sink in. I wish he would have just shut it down. Maybe this is like a long-term play to slowly wean people off of it, which would be pretty big brain. But it would have been better if he just yeah, I regret it, I'm shutting it down. That would have been fantastic.
The Major has ordered us to close
Just
there.
gonna go outside. I think it's a desperate thing. I don't see it doing super well. The only people that are going to use it are people that do it to troll
Don't let anyone recover the handle till the
Yeah,
entrance is
I'm
green.
Biff Cheeseburger.
Yes, sir. We will protect the
Bad
carrier at all
impersonator.
costs.
Want to be verified on Twitter and pay $8 a month. I saw like, even the Elon meme writers that pretty much support everything are kind of scratching their heads here. Because for $8 a month, you're getting nothing. You get priority replies, yeehaw, so you can say L plus ratio quicker than most people and have it at the bottom. Like, you don't get anything out of that subscription. They keep comparing it to things like Netflix or subs, but think of all the content you get from anything else with a subscription. RuneScape, you get an entire thousands hours worth of gameplay. World of Warcraft, and then any streaming service ever. You get tons of content. On Twitter, when you get a check mark, you get a badge. It's worthless. Like, if it was a one-time payment, I could see some people doing it. But a subscription, a monthly subscription to have that, nobody's doing that except for and you don't even get an ad-free experience, so it's even worse than like anything else, like alternative. O.J. Simpson O.J. Simpson made that post to Elon. Now that Elon's got Twitter under his control, maybe now I can get verified. And he can, for only $8. So we finally got this OJ with that check. You can be like O.J. Simpson on Twitter, let's go. Huge.
You! Stop!
Fake government accounts for only $8. We were talking about this on the podcast, and someone in the chat made like a really fun suggestion of just impersonating foreign policy, like the higher-ups. Because you can do this infinitely, right? Even if you have to verify via photo ID and you get banned for impersonation, you can just do it again. You can just keep doing this over and over again and keep changing your handle to like anyone with a position of power and just going hog wild. He said the $8 will help fund content creators. Is there any info on this? You know, that just seems like the most over here! More on his side. Help! I don't know how that's used on Twitter.
Alright, this is as far as I get.
Just anyone with
I need to get that handle back.
Enable verification at this point is produced bots and not meant to signify that the account belongs to a public figure. It's not going to stop anything, bots or scams or anything. Because it's open to anyone. You can just pay $8 a month. It's just going to be a little costly. All your scams, but you're going to get more out of it because it's going to fool more people in the check market. And since it moves to the top of the replies now, and since it's going to be the first thing to top of the search things, scams are going to be much more relevant. So it goes as maybe he has fail-safes in mind, but he should
That must be the entrance to the precursor site.
How will this
I need
stop
to get
bots?
that
Bots already exist now. You can apply verification, you want the same bots plus easily verified bots. I don't know, like he's not very in touch. It doesn't, like, I don't see how this stops spam or bots. It seems to me to only increase spam and scams. But I guess we'll see. Like, it doesn't seem to stop bots. The bots are just still there. And now someone can be verified. Twitter and bad decisions go together like spaghetti and meatballs. And it brings me no joy to keep talking about Twitter continuously getting worse and more and more embarrassing changes that keep hitting the platform. I would love to be talking about it, getting earlier, right? Talking about, like, oh man, Twitter's introducing an amazing change and people are just throwing their fists in celebration. That is just not the utopia we live in. That Narnia doesn't exist. Right now, we're cursed with this brain rot Twitter that only somehow continues to fester and
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier
got
at
today
all
is
costs.
its latest fumble with a new bad decision. It's actually been a whole handful of changes, but I'm just going to focus on this once. So let's get into the crowd. The biggest one people are talking about right now. The legacy checkmarks. You've once said, Elon Musk was saying it needs to dread finger on the trigger and I'm about to just blow the brains out of these check marks. He was going to eradicate the old check marks, letting everyone know it's about to go extinct like the dinosaurs. Elon Musk was putting that drop in the asteroid. The only check marks that would exist after April 1st of this year were going to be the Twitter blue check marks, the paid ones, $8 a month, flushed right down. Those would be the only blue check marks left. Well, it looks like we all survived Armageddon because it's April 2nd, and there's only been one minor tweak to the blue checkmark system. This is kind of like when the Mayan calendar stopped in 2012, but then we hit 2012 and kept going, so people were curious about, like, oh wow, how did what happened at the end of the world? That's what's got everyone scratching their head right now, because the blue checkmark system is exactly the same, except now the wording on them is changed. So everyone that had a legacy checkmark before the purge still has it. There was no purge. It was a false flag operation, I guess. All that changed is how they explain it. So now, if you look at any checkmark, it'll say the same thing, which is this account is verified because it's subscribed to Twitter, or it's a legacy verified account. It's such a minor tweak, and not at all what it was faked up to be. This really feels like it was running defense for the feelings of people who paid $8 for Twitter Blue and kept getting bullied, because it proudly showcased that they are verified because they paid for it. So they were being relentlessly bullied all over. Over here! Now, this water, so you'll never know if that checkmark is from someone that paid for it, or if they were a... Over here! It really feels like it was just to protect the feelings of those pay piggies that were dumping $8. So that was pretty lame and disappointing.
Wait, don't do that. Don't leave the body around. Yeah, yeah.
Knowing that people won't be able to laugh and spit on you as easily as before, since they won't know if you're dumping $8 on that check mark. There have been a couple other changes that I think are worth mentioning here since we're talking about it, and one of them is about the other two badges.
Yeah, worry about that, buddy.
This is a completely different badge, and it's reserved for government officials or politically powerful people. It goes to them. That's not something you can buy. That's something that you...
Over there!
Personally uniting the gray badge on the platform for the politically powerful people. And there's really nothing I think that's wrong with that. I actually think that's probably a pretty good idea, so that way people don't ever really get confused. But one thing that I don't really like about it is that it's gray. And sometimes when I'm just scrolling, since I'm on dark mode, I don't even notice if there's a check mark there. So sometimes I just think that it's a control account or something. They should make it more obvious. They should have made that one listen. Like have it be red with flames coming off, and maybe like sound effects, fireworks blasting off. Over here! 99 decibels.
Help!
They should have blocked that. Regardless, there's another badge as well, and this one's for corporations. That's the gold badge. So the gold badge is interesting. The gold badge is for brands and companies, non-profits, any of that, and it costs $1,000 per month, in addition to an extra $50 per month for each affiliate sub-account, i.e. employees, brands, or divisions. But there is an exception here. The top 10,000 most followed brands, companies, and organizations have already 35 gigs and 2,000 monthly. So if you're like a startup business and you want the gold badge to solidify to customers that this is the official brand account, well then I hope you've got your pocket ready, because you're going to need to pony up at least $1,000 per month for that. That is not cheap whatsoever. And if I was a startup business that would find value in that gold badge, because the top 10,000 most followed corporate accounts, as well as just its 500 largest advertisers, are being grandfathered into it for free. These are massive corporations that could easily afford the $1,000 per month charge without feeling. Meanwhile, you have Mom and Pop Wiggleberry, who just launched their artisan candle business that really wanted the gold checkmark to try and extend their reach online. They're going to have to fork out a ton for it. So that would be pretty insulting as a small business owner who might want the gold checkmark. I don't think it's necessary whatsoever. I don't think the gold checkmark is going to necessarily be hitting home runs for your bottom line and getting you more customers. But I have heard from a few small businesses and nonprofits that weren't willing to be, waived with the waived fee here, that were very upset about it. And I do understand why they would be, because again, that is expensive for smaller businesses. Meanwhile, the businesses that are already huge that can easily afford it don't have to. They don't have to even cost at all. Which is weird.
We will protect the carrier at all costs.
I thought that was at least worth mentioning, because $1,000 badge on Twitter is in and of itself a wonderful joke. Now, the last change that I'd like to discuss is one that kind of branches off of a bigger topic. What is the value of even being verified on Twitter? Well, I think the answer is no. I think there's absolutely no value. One of the things Elon Musk has been doing for a while is monetization options. There's really no such thing as like Twitter monetization. You're not going to make a living off of just tweets with a verified account. At least not yet. Though I do wonder if he is like genuinely exploring that to see if there is a way to have content generate revenue for its Twitter Blue subscribers to incentivize them to keep posting. I think that's the plan. It's just not fully realized yet. So as of right now, it is completely worthless to have the check mark. It doesn't give you any kind of big priority in comments, at least not that I've seen. It doesn't offer you any useful tools outside of the ability to like review a tweet before sending it or make like an edit to it, which really gives it's Twitter. You can just delete the tweet if you want to. It's very simple, very quick already. It just seems like a really waste of money. With a recent announcement from Musk, it seems like he's really trying to make Twitter Blue a requirement to even use the platform effectively. So the change is that only verified users will show up in the recommended feed, and also that only verified accounts will even appear in the Twitter's For You feed, and making the claim that this is the only realistic way to address advanced AI bot swarms taking over. It goes into effect on April 15th, and also voting in polls will require verification for the same reason. I don't really care too much about the poll voting. That doesn't matter at all to me. Twitter polls are completely useless. But the shutting out non-verified accounts from For You recommendations, that's a load of horseradish right there, especially with the reason given. This feels like a totally different tone and attitude here as opposed to the Elon bots right away when he took over the platform.
What the fuck happened there?
I need to get that camera back.
He had so many plans to get rid of it. Now he's saying it's a losing battle without just taking off unverified accounts from the For You recommendation page. What happened? Day one, I guess? Jesus Christ. That's a weird way of combating that. There's plenty of other ways of combating bots that don't involve just slapping the people that aren't paying $8 a month.
The major ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure.
Everyone was dunking on him for this one. Even the biggest supporters from us were pretty put off by this because it just does seem weak, no matter how you spin it, saying it's a losing battle unless he turns off a pretty crucial component to the service, which is allowing unverified accounts, any account, to show up on the For You recommendations based on algorithms. Like, that has been a core part of Twitter for a while now, so taking that away, stating, like, he's going to lose to bots if he doesn't, is very weird and not a great look. And since we're on the topic of For You, I want to quickly just ask, what the heck is going on with For You on Twitter? I talked about this on stream, and everyone's having the exact same experience over the last couple months, where every time you go on, there's just random and gore videos, like out the wazoo. Every time I scroll through Twitter for more than like 3 or 4 seconds, I'll inevitably scroll past someone just getting shot somewhere in a video of it, or like a fight that broke out that was disappointing. It's not based on my previous viewing. Like, I don't go out of my way to watch like best gore on Twitter or anything. Like, it's out of nowhere, and everyone seems to be having a similar experience. And if it's not in gore videos, it's for some reason other horrific. That's not even viral. Like, they're not even viral clips. I don't understand why it's doing that. I don't know if it's by design or if there's just something that's got a little funky in there, but it's certainly odd. I just wanted to at least mention that briefly. These are not amazing changes so far for Twitter. Maybe they'll get it together and start pumping out some great ones, but man, it has been a load of L's for that platform. Elon Musk bought it not too long ago for $44 billion, and it is currently valued at roughly like $20 billion. So not exactly seeing the best of returns at the moment, and doesn't really seem to have the best of ideas. But who knows, maybe it'll start to really pick itself up. That's about it. So yeah, no need for dilly-dally. You already know what we're here to talk about. Twitter is the gift that just keeps on giving, like a birthday party clown that never runs out of
Assassin! Help him!
XP continue to burp and clap false fire. It's a beautiful disaster. It reminds me of like that cheese rolling competition that happens every year in the UK. They throw a cheese wheel down like a really steep hill, and people just throw themselves down the hill, hurting themselves and tumbling, chasing after that cheese wheel. That's Twitter, constantly hurting itself in pursuit of that cheese. And in this case, it's the big cheese, the biggest cheese, money. Twitter is a platform that just burns money forever, and with Elon Musk at the helm now, it is desperate to start turning some kind of profit, or at least mitigate the loss as best as possible. Because obviously you don't want to own a business that just keeps taking spaghetti ideas and putting them here forever, right?
Yes, sir.
So
We won't
they've been
let
coming up with all kinds of different
Maybe they
ways in
do.
order to
Maybe they
try
don't.
and make Twitter generate some level.
You,
of
get him!
and I followed it pretty closely. I've made quite a few videos going through some stuff that's happened recently, but I haven't
Fuck
done
out
very
of
much. Even though they have made some decisions that I still think are commonly
Don't
bad.
let anyone
For
recover their
example,
handle to
you
change
can now
his
no
deed.
longer even access any
Yes,
Twitter
sir.
content
We will
unless you
protect the
log
carrier
in.
at all
So if you try
costs.
and read a tweet, watch a Twitter video, or anything like that, and you're not logged in on desktop, you just get taken right to the sign-in page, which I think is a luxury afforded only to Twitter. That is the only platform that can get away with that. Imagine if you went on YouTube and it wouldn't allow you to watch any videos until you signed in a platform. But Twitter is more addicting than heroin, and the people that are hooked on the product perpetually need their fix. It reminds me of Bane from Batman. How he constantly has those tubes that are filtering that juice, that venom into his body in order for him to live. That's a lot of people's relationship with Twitter. They need that poison in their life. So if they're forced to log in to even view anything on the platform, they'll do it without a second thought, really, with a smile on their face. But it's really the only platform that can get away with it, and the only platform of other platforms like YouTube, for example, would absolutely see a drastic decrease in the amount of traffic that they get. Platforms like Reddit, I imagine if you have to
God damn it!
platform would also see a significant drop off.
That must be the
I
need to get that handle
focus
back.
on the big change from today, and that is Elon Musk finally targeting data scraping, which is a legitimate problem. I want to make this very clear up front. Data scraping is actually a problem. I didn't realize how big of a problem it was for so many companies until I watched a video on it today. And data scraping is extremely expensive, and there is so many people exploiting a lot of like API and just in general a lot of shit going on with data scraping, that it is something that does require a solution. But this is Elon Musk's solution, and it's basically just the host as well as the parasite. So he's imposing a limitation on all accounts. His business to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation by default for accounts. Verified accounts are like 6,000 posts a day. Unverified accounts fell to 600 posts a day. And new verified accounts are 300 posts per day. Now, to be clear, this just means if you see this many posts. It's not about how many times you post. If you post something, it counts as one on your daily Twitter allowance. But if you scroll past a post, that still counts. So anything you scroll by, anything at all on Twitter counts as posts. So if you scroll through like 10 comments, that's 10 of your 300 posts per day if you're so people have been speedrunning to see how long it takes to reach this limit. And right now I believe this is the world record, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. But keep in mind, this 80% route here is about 2 minutes worth of time lost to setting up the account itself. So the speedrun goes from actual nothing, you don't have an account, to then going through the captchas, going through the code.
Hey, yo, what's up, Captain Rex? Yeah, you can't spell Captain right? Cool, dude. Yeah. What's up, dude? Oh, man. You can't get. You can't. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
And being very generous, you get about 10 minutes worth of scrolling for your unverified account before you get the rate limit exceeded. Now, if you have like a
Alright. You help me with this. I'll be really appreciative. I have fucking done this for like an hour now, and I am not any closer to fucking getting to the end of it.
See, it's a big problem. But the other two basically restrict everyone's access to the site to only a handful of minutes. He does say that this is just like a temporary thing, so a band-aid for the data scraping problem. Not sure exactly how long they're going to engage in a social experiment of self-destruction, but he is saying up front that it is temporary, so I guess it's just going to be a matter of waiting to see how long it goes forward. Now, this is good and bad, because I can very often not help there is a platform for the mental health that uses it. So anything that gets people off the platform for an extended period of time, it gets them doing other things that aren't just brain rot on Twitter. But, of course, as a platform,
All right.
it does provide real value.
Somebody on here or not?
For a lot of like, businesses or artists or anything like that that rely on it.
Retrieve what?
It's very rough because so many people are going to hit their rate and not see what you're posting, or you won't see what they're posting it.
Sure what? You sure what? I don't understand. You sure what? Can you help me get through this or not? It doesn't matter if you don't. I don't care. Dude, what? My name? My name is. Your name is Captain Rex. My name is the Wolf Dog 123. What's your name? You want to know my real name? No. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Fuck off.
So it is a big issue.
Just met you like 5 seconds ago. I'm not gonna give you my real name. Dude, I don't even give my real name to anybody on here. Unless I fucking play with them fucking for a long time. Then I do.
Right on the nose with it. That's 100% correct. The number one thing that online companies are known for is how to keep you on their platform. It's the
Who's that?
Oh shit! Here you go.
You stay on. All these companies are fighting for your time. They want to keep you there as long as possible. With this new Twitter policy, they're now driving you away from the platform as quickly as possible. So they're trying to target data scraping to solve that problem, but they're giving themselves a new problem, which is nobody's going to be able to use the service anymore. You are driving users off of the platform in a matter of minutes for the vast majority of your user base. They can't spend time on your platform even if they wanted to, because you are limiting the amount of time they can spend there drastically. Again, unverified accounts can't spend very long on the platform at all. So it should be pretty obvious why Twitter might be this becomes their permanent solution.
That must be the entrance to the precursor.
Wow.
I need to get that handle back.
Alright. This is the farthest I ever got.
And Elon Musk recognized that as well. He must have seen that so many people were instantly exceeding their rate and being cut off from the service. So he increased it to 8K, 800, and 400. That 400 makes pretty much no difference. That is negligible. That'll give you an extra 5 seconds worth of scrolling. So that's gives it. The 800 gives you maybe another couple of minutes of scrolling, and then the 8,000 didn't really matter because that wasn't the biggest issue with the change. It would be very dreadfully underestimating just how addicted people are to Twitter. Like maybe people are scrolling past more than 6,000 or 8,000 posts per day. But regardless, he increased the limit because so many people were hitting it so quickly. As I was recording this video, he increased it again to 10,000, 1,000, and then 500. The 500 is still, once again, not a big difference. You're still going to have to be rationing your time on the platform to make sure you don't see unnecessary tweets that take away from your allowance. So that is, again, still not going to be a big deal. It adds maybe an extra 3 seconds to the speedrun route. The 1,000 for unverified accounts that have existed for a while, that might be, let's just be super generous and say that it gives you like a full
No, you get rid of that guy up
scrolling
there.
on Twitter if you do it at like a very leisurely
You get
pace.
rid of that
You
guy.
mistakenly read everything you scroll by, but maybe that'll give you like an hour. But then, once again, increasing the Twitter blue to 10,000, this is just starting to highlight that I might just be really out of touch with how addicted people really are. Because, again, I thought 6 or 8K was probably not really the big issue with this because I didn't think most Twitter Blue subscribers would be that deep into doom scrolling forever. But, I mean, he's increasing the Twitter Blue one again to 10K, so, I mean, there must be an issue on that front as well. But regardless, you can see that the rate limiting of everyone on the platform is starting to cause some kind of internal
Not much happening.
Clearly, the goal is to combat the bad actors with data scraping, but it's coming at the cost of the entire platform for everybody else. It's like hunting a mosquito with a Yelp mosquito, but everything else around it too. In this case,
Fuck it.
users that aren't paying.
Over there!
Which is fast. It's obviously trying to push unverified accounts to
Fuck!
Twitter Blues trying to convert
Ah!
to handing over
some
must
money
be
out
the
of their
interest of
wallets.
the I need to get that handle back.
Alright.
So the goals are pretty obvious here. Obviously trying to stop losing as much money as they are to data scraping, and also trying to convert the people that aren't willing to drop some doubloons on Twitter into people that will pay money for a Twitter Blue subscription, so that way they'll unlock the, bigger allowance for the site. They can spend more time with it. They get to unlock more time with Twitter. I don't know how successful that's going to be. Hopefully,
The Major has ordered us to keep the interest.
I really where people hit their rate and then just immediately grab their credit card because they're scratching at their neck for more Twitter immediately. I hope
Don't
that
let anyone
ways
recover the handle
regardless,
potentially.
this
Yes,
seems
sir.
very
We will
unfair.
protect the carrier at all costs.
I really do
Who's
see it
there?
being illegitimate in the most people aren't going to
Bah!
that has been free for as long as it has. And so I
must be the
just
interest
don't
of
see a
the
world where all of a sudden they're
I
going
need
to
to get
fucking
that handle back.
But like Munahar, I recognize that data scraping is a problem that requires a solution. And somehow Elon Musk found the worst solution to the problem. I don't have
That must be the interest of the precursor site. I need to get that
look
handle
for
back.
something genius here to stop data scraping without ruining the entire platform for all the users that are there. Because I don't know if they even begin combating it. But surely there's got to be something else that doesn't immediately nuke the whole platform. So let's wait to see how everything continues developing here, but I did think this was actually pretty fascinating. Twitter is one of the few platforms that repeatedly makes decisions that I think are counterintuitive to long-term health of it, but it's still around, it hasn't yet, and maybe it'll influence change as well. There's no telling, but I just wanted to talk about it. That's it. So, it's always so inspiring to see someone never give up in the face of adversity, to push forward and achieve great things. Like Bob, iRobot, he was telling people, hey, these robots are a little fishy. And they said, hey, pal, you just blew up a stupid town. And it turns out he was right, they still protected us anyway. The point is, the fact that there's so many of the best stories ever told in books, movies, TV shows, and anime. It's like one of the 10 commandments of anime for every person. It's that never quitting. Over here. But in the real world, when companies in particular adopt this never give up mentality, it's pretty embarrassing. In particular, when it comes to Meta, or as you know, Facebook, because nobody really knows this cloud company is anything other than Facebook. Meta's been on a bit of a cold streak recently, with the most recent embarrassing blunder being the Metaverse. More like Meta reimburse everyone who bought into that scam. Being sold as the way of the future. Nowadays, it's just a barren, empty wasteland of broken dreams and broken promises. The goofballs just made a virtual reality experience more primitive than Roblox and Second Life. It's just But they didn't give up. They didn't quit. They said, you know what? That was so good, we're gonna do it a second time. What about a second breakfast? So they're trying another venture here, and it's actually opening to pretty big success. This is what we're talking about today. Threads on Twitter.
This way!
Twitter's had its own series of missteps, quite a few blunders. They've given up scholars beef a few times here, and it looks like now it's trying to strike while Gary's hot. So they released Picking up, I saw this better for a friendly conversation on his monthly, and this feels like the first article ever written to promote something called place for friendly conversation makes it sound unless you're wearing elbow and knee pads.
2 of 5 high-ranking Templar guards.
I think Twitter sucks. I
With
don't think
5.
it's ready for a platform like that, and it is just the absolute worst thing for a human being's mental health. And now for the first time, we're being cursed with a platform that threatens Twitter's stranglehold on brain rot. And this is like that scene out of Godzilla where he says, let them fight. You now have 2 kaijus going to war over poisoning your mind, basically. So you have Twitter, which is no stranger to horrible decisions, and now you have Meta with Threads, which is no stranger to horrible decisions. And obviously, that is mainly going to be using this for more data harvesting, I imagine, since that's kind of their bread and butter behind their business models. But this is a big deal because Twitter now has actual competition in the space. And it doesn't seem like they like this ball game very much because apparently Twitter is threatening to sue Meta for Threads right now, saying that it stole their trade secrets. I don't know what Krabby Patty secret formula they put up there, but Twitter itself was already derivative of some of the old message boards from way back in the day. It just kind of became streamlined on Twitter, and everything just got so concentrated on the internet as a whole that everyone flocked to Twitter for the experience. I don't know exactly if they have a strong case against Meta here for Threads, so I guess we'll just have to see how that whole soap opera plays out. But honestly, the biggest thing about this announcement that I see nobody talking about for some reason is the fact that Meta maliciously calculated today as their launch day because they knew that I was dropping our Plague Seeker animation. They wanted to take the wind out of our sails knowing that Plague Seeker was going to hog all of the internet's attention for today, so they had to drop Threads in order to take the wind out of our sails. A Threads account, but I'm glad that it exists and a great social media platform somehow. And Twitter can just kind of be like this quarantine zone for, you know, wild, wacky nonsense. It can just be like the Looney Bin, right? Then I make the switch to Threads. But for now, I don't need another Twitter. So I'm not going to be signing up for it. I'm not exactly, you know, scratching at my neck for more of that experience. Like I said, competition is great, and I do hope Threads can at least threaten Twitter enough so that way both can improve. So that we are not stuck in constant dog changes that make the user experience worse. Most important thing to remember about competition, that it is always the best thing for consumers. You want competition. This is me trying to hypnotize you. You want competition. You don't want one entity to have all the power when it comes to a market share.
Yeah.
So it's good. But I don't
Weed.
So I'm not making
Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony go together in one fucking company to make the best video games ever for one system. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not?
Identify yourself.
Sources. And if both these claims are true, the censorship is a big L, but not having it constantly feeding you pornographic material, I actually think is a good thing. I don't know if that's a hot take.
Where did they go?
I was talking about this on stream last night. I never stopped to think about just how weird it was that Twitter is a platform that you have to be 13 or older.
13! 13!
And it's super common, especially.
Where did they go?
It's a platform that is again 13, which is below the legal age for porn consumption, which is 18. And it just wasn't something I thought about until a couple people on Twitter and started mentioning it, and I was like, it's interesting. The majority of this is not age dated at all.
Where the fuck did that guy come from? Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuckers.
It's like, brother, busting a gut, laughing at it, having a whole belly laugh, and then you scroll into the reply section to see who else is laughing with you, and then bang, just a full picture of a gay pic leaking butt, and it only fades. And it's like, okay. So yeah, I'm not exactly going to be crying about the lack of porn on Threads.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure.
I did look up some complaints that a couple of people so I'm just going to go through those real quick. Because, again, I'm not making an account on Threads right now, so I don't know firsthand what the experience is like. According to this article, you can't stay in Threads and have all the posts from accounts you follow, which, again, this just feels like they rushed it out and just didn't bother putting this in yet, but will be coming shortly if I had to guess, because this is a pretty obvious one that they need to have set up. There's also no web interface, but you can read the threads on the website, but you can't post them or interact with them in any way. Apparently you can't delete your Threads profile without deleting your Instagram, which seems like a pretty big oversight, and it seems like something a lot of people will have an issue with down the line. According to the quote here, you can deactivate it, but you can't delete it without, also violating your Instagram account. Also, there's no search functionality right now in Threads. It only lets you find user accounts, so they do say that they'll be adding more features to help discovery, obviously. And that's very clear. This is just a rushed job to announce features at the moment. And then the other thing is that it's not currently available in the EU, which I imagine it will be shortly. But yeah, anyway, like I said, even if I'm not making a Threads account right now, I am happy that there is competition in the space, and hopefully it can be a legitimate competitor to Twitter. So yeah, that's really about it. So I couldn't have been more wrong. When Elon Musk took over Twitter, I was convinced there really wasn't a lot he could do to make it worse, and he has absolutely slapped me around here and spit in my face, letting me know that no, it always could get worse. I already made a video talking about it's $8 a month for the check mark on Twitter, his verification, his pay-to-win opinion scheme, where you can pay $8 a month to have your check mark and you get priority in the search and replies and all that. I already talked about that at length. The main takeaway there is I just find that to be really embarrassing to publicly display that you pay for a service like Twitter. It's more shameful than letting people know that you pay. Over here! So I just thought that would be a little Boy Scout badge people always point laugh at you for, and that was the worst thing about it. I just thought it was silly, especially because you don't even get an ad free experience. You're paying $8 a month, and it says you can get half as many ads. This way, fat L. Imagine paying a monthly subscription and getting ads. Over here! But today, Elon Musk actually made a much more concerning announcement regarding this new program, where if you don't pay $8 a month,
fuck! Fuck!
You're basically shadow banned. At least that's how it sounds coming from his mouth. Your replies aren't really going to be seen. He says verbatim that you'll have to scroll far to see unverified users, which sounds like going forward, you'll need to cough up $8 a month in order to have a voice. To anyone with their brain even remotely functioning properly, you'll recognize this as the exact opposite of free speech, which he claims to champion.
Identify.
I'm just going to publicly beg all Elon Musk lead writers to talk for just a few seconds here.
Fuck!
Writing your comment about how upset you are that I insulted
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle
join
back.
me on a magic school bus ride through this absolutely terrible idea and why this is such an outrageous program.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Elon was asked his strategy for free speech anti-Semitism, and he brought up the payment subscription plan as a way of fighting against it. But I wanted to highlight this part here where he compares the price of Starbucks latte to the subscription plan, because he loves this one. This is for some reason like his smoking gun. He's already posted this dank meme about it, so this is pretty much his anime signature finishing move. This is his Kamehameha. He really thinks this is just a checkmate, like, so you'll pay $8 for a Starbucks latte and it only lasts you 30 minutes, but you'll cry about $8 a month for Twitter and it lasts you 30 days. Curious. So you'll pay $8 for a drink and it only lasts you a couple of minutes, but you're gonna go ahead and whine and throw a temper tantrum for the same price for having a voice on the platform? Very interesting. I'm not a Starbucks fan. Starbucks, I don't go there. Maybe the drinks are overpriced. I tell you, that's neither here nor there. This is just like a gotcha moment that a child would think is clever. Like, Mom, Dad, why won't you buy me the new Call of Duty game? We spend more on groceries every week, and this is a one-time purchase. And some of those groceries are so yucky, like broccoli. I'm paying more for that than Call of Duty. Or back in the day when streaming services first started popping up, streaming service to Burgertime is only $6 a month. That's less than a single meal for burger. Supposedly, you're comparing things that aren't even You're comparing food to a check mark on Twitter.
There you go.
And it's so dumb. I also see a lot of people bastardizing what free speech means in order to fit their own personal image of Elon Musk as the Messiah. People are saying this is just how it's supposed to be. Twitter's like this big public bulletin board where anyone can go up and post something on it, but now you can pay to post something bigger on it on top of those. And I guess you're not like wrong, but why is that something that's good? In fact, this is the exact thing people were upset about before Elon's takeover, talking about silencing their voice where more powerful, more wealthy outlets were overshadowing their side of things and their opinions. And now it's just like a blatant system that celebrates that fact. And for some reason, because it's Elon, they're like, oh no, this is good now. A lot of things are actually a lot of it is anyways, with this man,
Who's the
He made this very clear with his initial post saying like the benefits of the checkmark going forward, which is priority in these places.
You,
What
stop!
wasn't clear is not only are they getting priority, but the people that don't pay for it are getting fundamentally shadow banned. And he's going to go a little further on that in just a moment here, but I just want to point out that's not.
Where did they go?
He made this clear that by paying for it, you are going to have the benefit of being, you know, the superstar of every single post you ever make, I suppose. People will see that you pay $8 a month for Twitter, they'll give you a thumbs up and start throwing roses and blowing kisses your way for such a great financial decision. This isn't any new information, but I just want to again let everyone know that this is the value that they're paying for $8 a month on Twitter.
Where were you before you got stationed here?
Jaipur was a lot easier work. What's that?
Maybe I'm hearing things.
Yes. I promise you, if this was announced before Elon Musk's takeover, there would be nobody defending him. But the fact that Elon Musk has people that would throw themselves in front of a moving train and defend saving Elon's reputation, they are doing the most incredible mental gymnastics to try and spin this as a positive thing, which it's not. This goes against free speech. Plain and simple. It absolutely does. If you don't pay, you don't have a voice. It's as simple as that. What he's describing here, where you just get pushed to the bottom and you really won't be seen, that's called shadow banning, and it's something everybody hates because it's just downright wrong. It's evil. And he's celebrating it, like, oh, if you're not paying me, if you don't have that check mark, you're not going to be seen. That's not a flex. That's something people with a smile on their face. That is a lobo-sized piece of ass right there. It's so dumb. And another fundamental misunderstanding Elon Musk can't wrap his brain around is the fact that there are people that aren't bots, aren't trolls, that won't pay $8 a month. He says you can see these unverified users that are bots.
This way!
Is by the only unverified
Over there!
Shit! Shit!
That must be the entrance.
Shit!
I need to get that handle back.
Just like, oh no, they're beneath us. Those are bots and trolls. Those unverified users, not really. This was initially announced, I thought this would just be like what verification used to mean, like just confirming there's a real person behind the keyboard. But it's not that anymore. It's confirming it's a real person behind the keyboard, and now it's the only way to have a voice. You can't at least not like that. Talk to friends or engage in conversation. If you're a free user, there's a good chance they won't see it because they're drowned out by users. So fundamentally, you just get pushed out of circles by the priority.
Shit.
When he announced this, he tried to
Shit!
all this
Shit!
So it's even more so benefiting and only benefiting the people that are wealthy enough to afford an $8 subscription to an absolute hemorrhoid like Twitter. It just completely slaps everyone who can't afford that or won't pay for it. I also don't necessarily see it being effective in stopping scams, spam, or hate speech because he even mentions, you know, people will pay for it and we'll just ban them. It's significantly cheaper now to pay $8 a month for a check mark than it was for scammers and all of that prior. It was like $15, and if you
over there!
had a verified account to promote your scam, it was far more expensive. So all of those scammers that were verified are now able to do it cheaper and probably more often because it's such a lower price point for them now. So I don't see it even stopping that.
Yes,
But
we will
I guess
protect the carrier at all costs.
the way he describes it though really does seem like as a free user, you basically can't exist on Twitter, at least not in any meaningful way with your current circles or making posts. They just won't get seen because all the verified accounts are going to be above you everywhere. Not just in the comments, but also in the search. So I don't know how people are going to find unverified accounts.
How long have you served?
That's the latest update here from this awful idea from Elon. As I mentioned numerous times now, I really wouldn't mind if Twitter
Got
shut
plans
down, just in general. I think it would be a net positive to the whole
Not had enough
world.
excitement.
It does seem like it's a push in that direction. I feel like there's not a ton of people that'll pay $8 a month to be verified, but I just don't know. I really don't. I'm not paying $8 a month for Twitter, I promise you that much. I guess we'll have to see how popular the system becomes, but regardless, it is legitimately against free speech, no matter what happens. It is just a dumb idea. So, that's about it. So, I don't like talking about Twitter. I want to make that very clear. Even just saying the word Twitter burns my mouth leaving it. It feels awful, like I'm gargling sewage. But I just can't resist. The platform has become a factory of...
Over there!
They want this chocolate factory, but instead of producing candy, it produces the weirdest ideas ever. How can I...
Shit!
Pure, refined,
That must be the
silliness
entrance to
like
the precursor site.
Twitter's
I need
decision
to get that
making
handle
process.
back.
Every time I swear I'm done talking about Twitter, they announce something that drags me back in. I'm like a drug addict that just keeps falling off the wagon again. And they just keep putting the heroin in my veins. But honestly, laughing at Twitter has become a harder drug than anything currently out there. It's baffling. So, I'm sure all of you saw by now, Elon Musk has announced that Twitter is being rebranded as X. It's not short for anything, it's not part of anything, it's just the second letter, X. And I swear to God, Musk has been more obsessed with the letter X than having a trainer map. Because for at least 2 decades now, he's had that on his brain. Apparently, the original name he wanted for PayPal was X.com. And he has squatted on that, looking at it as some kind of nugget of genius for over 2 decades, and he has dusted it off. And right now, X.com is going to be the new domain, since he recently verified that. Obviously, X.com was a great site, but I just don't because X is just fun people on the planet. Being obsessed with the letter X is like something a 12-year-old on Xbox Live when choosing their gamer tag does. But I will say, in his other company, SpaceX, the X looks good because it's part of something. It's not just X on its own, it is part of something else. So it actually looks cool. I think SpaceX is a great name. And not only that, he even named his own baby X. Well, at least part of his name is X. It's X, and then
X.
here. I think it's supposed to be like a plane or something. I already forgot. But it's Elon Musk loves the weather moves more so than Xander Cage in the Triple X movies. Like, this is wild. Not only because, obviously, it's very wacky, it's very, very wacky. Like, the dial went from silly all the way to wacky and then kept going, teetering all the way on bonkers territory with this decision.
I think
Because
he's
Twitter
with
is
their
one of the
brother
most
all the way,
recognizable brand names on the planet.
and
One of the most
they're
recognizable
right
brands ever,
fuckers.
probably. And now Elon Musk has executed the bird, getting rid of the bird, and is transitioning over to X now. Here's what the logo looks like. I think it very much looks like something out of the Call of Duty game battle scene from way back in the day. It looks like one of those really quickly put together emblems. But this is the future here. The bird has been put down. Like Albert Fudd, but instead of hunting rabbits, he was hunting birds here. It's just so weird.
Oh,
because
damn.
this is going to be the worst SEO ever.
That
X, like, searching up X is just going to be awful trying to get where you want to go. It's also just a cool name in general that just sounds super cool.
That EM right now. I think it's EM. Is that AM? I think it's AM. I think it's AM. Oh, yeah. There you go. Well, can't figure out where I fucking was in the first place. Then, find out where it is now. I'm gonna go get some tobacco. Yeah, I need some tobacco. I don't know.
Hi, this is Todd Tony. Please leave your name and phone number. I'll get back to you as soon as I possibly can. Thank you for calling.
Dude, you seem like you're semi sober when you made that stupid intro for your thing. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go get some tobacco, and I need your shit to answer and to say no, don't get it, Chris, because you don't need it because you haven't had it so long. You know what? You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna go get it, and I'm gonna go fucking get it. Fuck off. That's a fucking goddamn bratwurst. Spit out. And then it tastes good. And it tastes right. And I spit it out. Yeah. So I have fucking 7 more in there. They're like, ugh.
Please leave your message for 628242890.
Oh man. Oh my god. I'm so drunk right now. Holy shit. Go to 7-Eleven and get No. No. There you go. Yeah. 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 Can't get by that shit. I've tried over and over and over and over, and I need help. And just not gonna be up for another 12 hours. So, I'm gonna go get some tobacco. Yes. Everything else is not working. Oh, not that one. Get that one. That's right. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it fucking is. It's gonna give this to somebody. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. 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 Fuck. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Oh. Uh. Yeah. Mm. Oh. Shit. All right. Well, I know. Right here. Two people hit me in the back of the head at 7-Eleven tonight, and I don't know why. I was just going in there, getting some stuff, going back out, and then, boom! Fucking hit me in the back of the head for no fucking reason at all. And then I went down on the ground. Of course I did. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I'm not gonna fight back or anything, but the thing is, I hit the ground and yeah, right here, I'm bleeding. But those motherfuckers are stupid because they hit me in the back of the head. What the fuck is that? Goddamn. They don't even fucking want to fight fair? What the fuck, dude? Holy shit, dude. They're fucking goddamn. Oh my god. Fucking idiot motherfuckers. Yeah, okay.
About what? Something bothering you?
No. It just seems like there's something important going on. And the last thing we need is somebody to come along and derail it.
Something important? Like what?
Haven't you been paying attention to the orders we've been getting down from the Major? No one must enter here. Make sure that is secure. Do not let anyone touch that. He's on edge, so something must be happening.
Maybe it's just the heat. He doesn't deal with it very well. Not much happening at the moment.
Good. A few moments of calm is just what I need right now. Gives me time to think.
About what? Something bothering you?
No. It just seems like there's something important going on. And the last thing we need is somebody to come along and derail it.
Something important? Like what?
Haven't you been paying attention to the orders we've been getting down from the Major? No one must enter here. Make sure that is secure. Do not let anyone touch that. He's on edge, so something must be happening.
Maybe it's just the heat. He doesn't deal with it very well.
Sorry I woke you up.
Not much happening at the moment.
Good. A few moments of calm is just what I need right now. Gives me time to think.
About what? Something bothering you?
No. It just seems like there's something important going on. And the last thing we need is somebody to come along and derail it.
Something important? Like what?
Haven't you been paying attention to the orders we've been getting down from the Major? No one must enter here. Make sure that is secure. Do not let anyone touch that.
What's that? That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
I'll have had enough excitement. Bit of country living to put in my head.
Over there! There! This way! Here! Oh, over here! Over here! 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 Here!
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Fucking bullshit. No, bullshit.
Who's there? Over there!
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I
Yeah.
need to get that handle back.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure. Who's there?
Fuck! Alright.
That must be the entrance to the precursor
We'll do it
site.
again.
I need to get that handle back.
Oh well.
Identify yourself.
Who's there?
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
I've been all over myself.
See much battle?
Fairly much. Began to think that's all there was for a time.
Ah! All right, went that way.
The entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Something bothering you?
No. It just seems like there's something important going on, and the last thing we need is something to come along and derail it.
Who's the assassin?
There! Over there! This way! Help! Here!
You! Stop!
Who's there?
Assassin!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure. Yes, sir. We won't let him down.
Don't let anyone recover the handle if entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs.
There! Here! This way! Over here!
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
And secure. Yes, sir. We won't let him down.
Don't let anyone recover the handle to the entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs.
Not much happening at the moment.
Good. A few moments of calm is just what I need right now. Give me
Here! Help! Over here! There! Help!
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
What's that?
Entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier.
God damn it, motherfucker.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
What? No.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure. Yes, sir. We won't let him down.
Don't let anyone recover the handle to the entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs.
How long have you served?
A few years. Hoping to stay out of trouble so I can get a few more in before retirement.
What plans have you?
Assassin! Help! Help! This way! You'd better run!
the assassin wants. Who knows? All I know is that until he's dead, things will be a bit tense around here. Everyone will be on alert.
How did he manage to disappear like that? One moment he was there, next gone.
That's what they do. Vanish like thieves in the night.
Bet they'll double patrols now. We'll be on duty all the
Nothing.
What is that thing?
Nothing.
Who's there?
Fuck.
Identify yourself.
Where did they go?
Identify yourself.
Who's there?
Get him!
Who's
Fuck!
Over!
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get the
Yeah,
handle
I
back.
suppose I fucking made it.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure.
Don't let anyone recover the handle to the entrance's wheel.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs. Identify yourself.
They've gone.
No, where'd they go? Maybe I'm here.
Help me!
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure. You, stop! Oh, they've gone.
They've gone.
Fuck! Bullshit.
That must
Oh
be
well.
the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance.
Not much happening at the moment. It just seems like there's something important going on, and the last thing we need is something to come along and derail it.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure. Yes, sir. We won't let him down.
Don't let anyone recover the handle of the entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs.
Get him!
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Not much happening at the moment. Identify.
Oh well.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
You! Scatter!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure.
Don't let anyone recover the handle of the entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs. Where were you before you got stationed here? Nothing.
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get by this. I think I need my buddy.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure. Yes, sir. We won't let him down.
Don't let anyone recover the handle to the entrance's wheel.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs. Where were you before you got stationed here?
Jaipur.
Here! This way!
They're really stupid. I'm really stupid.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
I'm still bleeding. Still bleeding. Great. Ugh. Fuck. Ugh. make some, that was daytime, so. Yeah.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
How long have you served?
Got plans, Alan?
Nothing fancy. I've had enough excitement by then. Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
On what? Our salary is nothing to write home about.
Not the way you spend it.
Coffee.
Maybe I'm here.
Here! This way! Help! This way! This way! This way! Next time we kill you, you better run!
God damn it.
Who's there? Assassin! Help! Over here! Help!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Dipole was a lot easier work than most of these. It was too hot for anybody to concentrate.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
This way!
Don't let anyone recover the handle and entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier.
Here!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
How long have you served? A few years. Hoping to stay out of trouble so I can get a few more in before retirement.
What plans have we?
Nothing fancy. I've had enough excitement by then. Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
What? Our salary is nothing to write home about.
Not the way you spend it.
Live for the day. That's what I say. Problem with this job is, well, that every day might be the last one.
Still bleeding. I don't know why.
You, stop!
Stop!
You, stop!
Over there! There!
Here! This way!
You!
Yeah, that guy.
I need to get that handle back.
I've had enough excitement by then. Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
On what? Our salary is nothing to write home about.
Not the way you spend it.
Live for the day, that's what I say. The problem with this job is that every day might be the last one. Putting my feet up. Who's that?
You over there!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Identify yourself. Haven't you been paying attention to that?
That must be the entrance
Oh, well.
to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
The Major has ordered us to keep the entrance closed and secure.
Don't let anyone recover the handle for the entrance is weak.
Yes, sir. We will protect the carrier at all costs. It works like this. It's too hot for anyone to cause too much trouble.
Sounds great. I've been all over this. Fair enough. I began to think that's all there was for a time.
You stop!
Assassin!
Fuck!
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Who's there?
Over there! Help! This way.
This way!
Here! Shit.
That must be the entrance to the precursor site. I need to get that handle back.
Don't let anyone recover the handle to the entrance's wheel. Maybe it's just the heat. He doesn't deal with it very well.
Where were you? Station here.
Jaipur was a lot easier work than this place. It was too hot for anyone to cause too much trouble.
Ah, sounds great.
Where did they go? Identify him! Help him!
Ah! I did it. I did it.
Just what I need right now. Gives me time to think.
Something bothering you?
No. Just seems
Did it.
Identify the gunner!
Fuck!
a few moments of calm is just what I need right now. Gives me time to think.
About what? Something bothering you?
No. It just seems like there's something important going on, and the last thing we need is something to come along and derail it.
Identify the gunner! Excellent kill!
Yeah.
What? Why can't I fucking kill that guy? Fuck! I don't know why I can't kill that guy.
Get him! Here. There.
Ugh! Gotcha. I gotcha. Fuck! Seriously?
Who's there?
Identify yourself. Get him! Help him! This way! This way! We're watching for you!
Dude.
Identify yourself.
Over there! Help!
Yeah.
Over there! Help!
Fuck. Yeah. Don't go up against that guy. I got it. Fuck.
too hot for the doors too.
That's great. I've been auto. Fair enough. Began to think that. There!
You stop! Here! Assassin!
Fuck! Kill that guy. Kill that guy.
Next time we kill you!
Sure. Alright. I'll get you right now. Fucker.
Stay up to double so I can get a few more in before it dies.
No plan then?
Nothing fancy. I'll have had enough excitement by then. Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
Over there! Ah!
Fuck! Okay. That's the way to go. Alright, got it. Get this guy. After you get those guys, great.
Get him!
You gotta see the bodies. Blah blah blah. Hey, I know there's a guy up there.
I'll have had enough excitement. Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
Here! Help! Over here! You'd better run!
Yeah.
Help! Here! Over here!
Shit. Shit.
Here!
Fuck. God damn it.
Assassin! Help!
Fuck! Yeah.
Assassin! Over here! This way! This way! Over here! Help! There!
God damn it. I had it that time.
Over there! Ah!
How long have you served? Hoping to stay out of trouble so I can get a few more in before it.
No plans, have we?
Nothing fancy. I'll have had enough excitement by then. Bit of country living and putting my feet up.
Shit. Oh shit. Well, that's great. I don't know what the fuck I have to do now. What do I have to do? Oh. Alright. Whoa. Got blood on my head.